doing it. That's what they're doing. Not that they're recommending. They're not reading. I wanted to.
Fair enough. No. Good for clarity. Behind.
Here now.
Well, we got 2 o'clock here, so we'll get the party started. And call to order our committee of the whole meeting for Tuesday, November 18th. We'll start with adoption of the agenda. I don't believe we have any amendments that I'm aware of. So get a motion from Councillor Southcott. Any other conversation on the agenda? Seeing none, call the question. All in favor? That seems unanimous. And motion to go into closed. Anybody? Councillor Southcott.
I move that the committee move into a closed meeting to discuss matters covered by the community charter in section 91C, labor relations or other employee relations, G, litigation or potential litigation affecting the municipality.
Favor? That is unanimous. We convene at 3:30. think we're online. Right, contact. So we're good to go. Good afternoon, everyone, and I guess officially welcome back to our Committee of the Whole meeting for November 18th, 2025. Ooh, I almost said 2023 there for a second. We are honored to be able to have this meeting on the traditional territory of the Tla'amin people who have stewarded this land for thousands of years. We have already approved our agenda earlier today before going to a closed meeting. So we will go into our public input period, which allows for an opportunity for the public to comment for 2 minutes on items listed only under legislative matters, committee recommendations, and new business. And today we just have the one item under new business that falls under that category. So if there's anyone in the public that has a comment on what the library is going to share, they're welcome to share that now. Not seeing anyone in person, anyone online? No, okay. So we will then move on to our consent agenda. Councilor Isaacson.
I move that the November 8th, 2025 consent agenda be adopted.
And we don't need an approval or a seconder for that. So any comments or removals? And seeing none, all in favor? That is unanimous. Moving on to new business 11.1, the 2026 library grant request and budget presentation. Ms. Burbank.
Thank you so much for having me in today. I am Rebecca Burbank. I'm the Chief Librarian at your public library, and I'm here to present the 2026 library budget to Council. Before I jump into that, I would like to take a moment to give you a bit of an overview of some of the highlights from the past year, some of the work that we do with the library. One of the things that we are proud to be able to help alleviate in our community is the affordability crisis. We take some pressure off the members of our community by making programs and services and materials available at no cost to the end user. So this includes things like after-school programming for children, summer reading club. We also provide one-on-one text support, workshops, memoir writing courses, and this lowers the barriers to access and creates really important space for connection in our community. We also support community well-being in that we help people to achieve their goals, no matter what those goals are. It could be providing a space for people to come in and get out of the rain in the winter, or it could be helping someone to learn how to write their memoirs and getting those recorded for their family and friends. So engagement and social connection in the things that we provide at the library help to promote the well-being of our community and our patrons. A large part of the work that we do at the library is identifying partnerships and resource sharing possibilities. So library staff will work to improve access to the services that we provide by connecting those services and resources and skills to groups and individuals in our community. So we're fortunate to be able to do this through connections with the schools. And one of the pictures that you've got on the screen there is of our writer in residence visiting a classroom in the community. This is just a great opportunity for the students in our community to learn from professional writers and see what that career can look like and the impact that writing can have on our community. We're also able to identify really unique solutions to challenges facing individuals in our community. That second image that you see there is the result of a community partnership. Our staff identified a resource that we have, our 3D printer, and in conversation with community partners, identified that there was a need for accessibility devices. And so the tool that you see there is a pen holder for someone who may have low hand strength, and it enables them to hold a pen and use that pen. So it's just a great solution to a community need and demonstrated the usefulness of the device that we have at the library. Another fantastic community partnership resource that has been created at the library are the story boxes. And these are resource kits, which were made by staff. They contain picture books and laminated poems and songs and puppets. And this enables an early childhood educator to borrow a kit and deliver a story time without the need of planning that story time or really putting too much time into it. And it enables us to enrich the literacy offerings around the community outside of our walls. I also wanted to highlight the fact that we're seeing increased demand for the digital resources that we provide. The library provides a physical collection. We also have a digital collection. Over the past 3 years, we've seen almost a 50% increase in the circulations of this collection. And just in the past year, it's been about 15%. Just incredible demand. This is something that is both a resource that we really celebrate. It enables people to use materials while they're on the ferry, while they're not at their home, while they're not at the library. But it is more expensive. So those resources come at a cost. One of the areas I wanted to just share with you is the library card distribution. And so what this is essentially of all of the library cards, all the memberships that we have at our public library, where do those members come from? 68% of them are residents of the city. 25% are from the regional district. We see 1% from Tla'amin, and then we have this last category called other. These are our no address cards. So some patrons may not have a home address, and so we offer a limited library card. It could also be someone visiting from another BC library or visiting from another province. So we offer different kinds of memberships for those users. And to jump into the 2026 budget, I wanted to go over the proposed budget for the operating revenue. Just to point out here that the capital budget is listed just on that last slide. It's in your package and also listed in the memo that's in your package as well. The library's revenue, of course, includes city grants, 2 local government grants, both the city and the regional district. We have provincial grants as well. And you'll notice that those provincial grants are effectively static, and they have been since about 2010. So I did want to just take a moment here to thank our local governments for their advocacy work, continued advocacy work. I know some of you have been at this for a while, in encouraging the province to add more funding to public libraries in an ongoing and increased way. We haven't yet seen that. Your support is key. The share of the total budget, I just want to essentially show you where the revenue is coming from. That light blue sector is the city of Powell River. That is 60% of our operating budget. The regional district provides 27% of the budget, and the province is that little gray slice at 5%. And that will just continue to become smaller and smaller unless the provincial share is increased in an ongoing way. Looking at our operating budget in 2026, you'll see that we're facing increased costs. And there's 2 areas that are most notable, both labor and collections. The labor increase is, of course, driven by contractual increases, benefits cost increases, and a grant-funded position That's in next year's budget. The collections increase is based on a rise in costs. The increase to this area enables us to respond to the demand in the digital collections and the physical collections that we're seeing. We're also seeing a rise in facilities. Part of that is our lease rate increase at about $7,700. You may also be aware the library had a flood earlier this year. And based on that, we've also included a one-time deductible reserve within the facilities budget that would cover the cost of a deductible in the future should there be another large claim like we saw this year. This year it was borne by the library from reserve. So the share of our total expense budget is on this slide. Of course, the largest percent there is our labor budget, followed by facilities. And then the gray slice is our collections. And this last slide shows the grant requests from both of our local governments. Our capital budget request is listed here. And I did just want to highlight that since last year, our capital budget is based on an average of the next 5-year projection. So what we have there could be a little bit less than what we need or a little bit more, but the average is based on the next 5 years. And that was put in place to try and even out the change year to year. So, through the chair, I thank you all for your time, and I'm here for any comments or questions.
Thank you, Ms. Burbank. Any questions for our Chief Librarian? The Mayor.
Thank you for the presentation. With regard to revenues, does the library have a fundraising program that would be seeking funds for either capital or operational expenses?
The library is very fortunate to have an auxiliary organization called the Friends of the Library, which does the lion's share of the fundraising activities around the library. So you'll see that represented in our other grants in revenue. The board at this time doesn't have any fundraising activities directly within library operations.
Thank you.
Brilliant.
Thank you, Chair. So just a couple of questions. My first one was the increase in labor costs. Is that affiliated with just union settlement agreements and increase in wages, or is there also an increase in staff?
It's 3 areas. So it's contractual agreements. So that can cover things like a collective agreement or other agreements with staff. It's also an increase to benefits costs. So the benefits that we provide to staff have also become more expensive. And the third, as I mentioned, we have a position within the 2026 budget that is covered by grant. So it's listed in the operating budget, but that full wage and benefit is covered by a grant.
Okay, thank you. And then I had another question. I noticed your capital budget is fairly small. Are there projects within that capital budget that could be funded separately through, say, the community forest as opposed to the way it is here? Or is that part of your strategy for projects?
In the past, we have relied on community forest for some projects. The holds locker that's in the foyer at the library was generously made available during the pandemic with community forest funds. We currently, our capital budget is largely items for like staff laptops.
Okay.
So smaller technology items.
Okay.
And we don't currently have a plan to put those to the community forest, but if that's a recommendation, we could look at it.
Okay, thank you.
Councilor Palm.
Thanks, Chair. One question that comes to mind, digital library, the use is going up. Is that accessible online from home, or does the individual have to come in?
So that is available online. So like For example, if I wanted to borrow an audiobook, I could download it anywhere where I have access to data or to Wi-Fi. An additional benefit of a lot of the providers that we use for those services is that you can actually download the content onto your device. So I could download it and then go somewhere without Wi-Fi, without cell access, and read that audiobook on top of Scout or something like that.
So that doesn't require any labor on the part of staff, correct?
The labor on part of staff for those is around contracts, so the contracts with those vendors, and also supporting staff who aren't comfortable with technology. So when we're showing patrons the full breadth of what we have, often we're supporting someone to navigate, how do I download this to my phone? How do I access it later? And where did it go? I thought I had it.
Right. Yeah. So with the state of finances in the city, one item that jumped off the page there, we're contributing substantially year after year based on last year, this year, and recent memory. Why is the Clahaman grant actually going down?
That's a good question. And so the grant reflected there, yeah, it's on this slide, is through the regional district, and it is related to the leasehold properties only.
I see. Okay. So I'm going to ask you the tough question.
Okay.
Because we're getting into budgeting in the near future here, and I'm sure there's going to be a lot of questions asked during those days of budget deliberation. Last year, it was proposed, I'm not sure where it came from, staff, whatever, that maybe we could cut services on a Sunday, something to that effect. Cut out some time that our staff are working, because when it comes right down, paper is our biggest cost. So my question to you is, how many people work in the library on a day shift?
During the day. During the week, it can be about 11.
11 per day?
11 during the middle of the day when during the day shift.
And your average day hours go from 8 till 8, or?
Staff are on site from 8:30, and on our late evenings, they leave at 8:45.
Okay. So I'm going to put the tough question to you. And you might not have an answer, but I'm going to ask it anyway. And that is, if we were looking to reduce overall expenditure, would you cut time in terms of what was proposed, hours or a day, or would you cut the number of staff involved to save that money on the table?
Through the chair, it would depend on a lot of factors, right? And that would be a decision that the library board would need to consider based on the grant availability from the local governments.
And I guess my last question is, since you mentioned grants, why is the library not conducting fundraising activities at this point in time? I think you stated.
Sure. Through the chair, the library board did significant fundraising activities during the lead up to the new library. And it was a part of their goals at that time. And it hasn't been a priority for the board since then.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Palm. Councillor Southcott.
Yeah. Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the report. Another agenda item that we received was a report from UBCM, and this year resolution went again requesting participation or support from the provincial government, but this time it wasn't money, it was just, can we talk about this, essentially, and the reply we got back was, yes, you can talk, but we're not going to support you in that either. So once again, for at least the 15th year, the provincial contribution decreases according to, essentially decreases according to inflation. So it's diminishing down to being pretty insignificant. And yet just about every population sector in this community that I'm aware of depends on the library, at least many people in all sorts of different population sectors, including young people and people trying to improve their professional wherewithal to support our local economy, et cetera. So it spins off in many directions. Can you speak to, there's one particular online service that the library provides that I'd really be interested in just hearing about a little bit that helps further people in career. Do I have this right? That's my one question. The second question I have is, is there any other thinking as far as trying to leverage the province? You know, any new ideas since we just failed on the last one?
Through the chair, I'll start with that second one. The partners group, so that's all of the auxiliary organizations that support public libraries in British Columbia, are, I think, in the works right now, speaking together about what they can do to support libraries at that provincial level and encourage that increased and ongoing funding. The first step is, of course, making sure that those resolutions, which feel like maybe they aren't making the progress we want them to, continue to be on the resolution packages for ABICC and UBCM. So that's the first step. And I hope that we'll see a larger advocacy plan moving forward into the new year. The first question you had, I think that's LinkedIn Learning.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's an online resource for, there's a lot of tech learning in that one. So a lot of like webinars, courses that you can build on where people could learn basic Excel, Outlook, how to do a PowerPoint presentation and just identify a skill and grow it. And it's quite broad across general employment skills. Very useful.
Yeah, thank you.
Councillor Isaacson.
Yeah, just to add one thing at UBCM, there was the Q&A with the Premier at the end of the session, and I think maybe only 7 questions were able to get asked. We upvote questions based on what people want to hear in the audience, and one of the last questions was related to library funding. And I think it was the only question that got like a round of applause from the audience. It's probably one of the few topics that unites people at convention, whether from communities large or small. People love their libraries because of the breadth of services that they provide to such a breadth of individuals in the community. Everyone can benefit. And I wanted to go back to a question, though. You mentioned a staff member funded through the grant. Was that related to accessibility, or is it a different staff position?
Through the chair, the current year, so in 2025, we've had a position related to accessibility.
Yeah.
In the new year, it's related to operations and human resources.
Right. Okay. I have noted the increase in accessibility initiatives and announcements on social media and stuff. So just good work to that staff person and the library board and the library in general. It's great work. Thank you.
I think seeing no further questions, thank you very much, Ms. Burbank, and for all the work you do with the library.
Thank you so much for your time.
Moving on, Councillor Doe.
I'd like to move the motion that's in our agenda that the library budget request be referred to the upcoming 5-year financial plan deliberations.
Thank you for catching that. Any discussion, debate? Being none, I'll call the question. All in favor? That is unanimous. Moving on to 12.1, the Powell River Community Forest 2025 Fall Grants. I'll turn it over to the CAO to start.
Perfect. Thanks, Chair Almeida. I'm just going to briefly go through some of the topics that I go over in my cover report, and then I'll pass it over to Greg Hemphill from Community Forest, who will be able to provide the Community Forest recommendations. So At their September 18th meeting, council set a maximum fall allocation for nonprofit grants of $640,000 and confirmed that their current priorities for the Powell River Community Forest nonprofit grant program are for health-related facilities, affordable housing, recreation, culture, and social goals for youth, and reconciliation. The deadline for fall grant applications for nonprofit organizations closed on September 29th, and the full list of applications under consideration and the individual application files were shared with city staff, the working group at the end of September, and these files were also shared with all of council in advance of today's committee of the whole meeting. As mentioned, Greg Hempel, who's the president of the Powell River Community Forest Board, is attending the meeting today, and he will be presenting the board's fall nonprofit grants as well as city project recommendations. A couple of the items from my report to highlight in advance of Mr. Hempel's presentation. The use of the Powell River Community Forest Reserve funds is prescribed in the Community Forest Reserve Fund bylaw, which requires the following, which is before any money is used from this reserve fund, the city will seek input from the board of directors for the Powell River Community Forest Limited. Council must therefore seek input from the board, but may direct the PRCF reserve funds at their sole discretion with the following restrictions. Monies in the Powell River Community Forest Reserve Fund will be used for special community projects that benefit the community as a whole. So council may, but are not required to grant the Powell River Community Forest Reserve funds to nonprofit organizations as guided through Council Policy 261, which is attached to the report. The bylaw also says that the money in the reserve fund is not to be used for city operations or for capital expenditures of a regular nature, and therefore council may not commit Powell River Community Forest funds to operation. Staff have also confirmed that monies from this reserve may only support projects that are capital and not part of regular core services such as sewer and water and road. So staff have reviewed the nonprofit applications recommended by the Powell River Community Forest Board, and in addition to the information provided by the board, staff bring forward the following information regarding some carry forward projects which was previously passed on to council in the spring. So project 389, which is the Friends of Cathet clothing and food support, the comments from the spring were that grant applications from other community groups have been declined on the basis that these types of programs does not support capital projects, which is required as part of the Community Forest Reserve Fund bylaw. And what the feedback from staff from the spring said was to comply with the bylaw and be consistent, it is recommended to encourage this NPO to apply for alternative funding source. The other grant request from the spring that had some council comments, or sorry, staff comments on was 391, which was Timberlane Fine Arts Association. And in the spring, staff provided information to council recommending that the project not be approved as this funding request pertains to city infrastructure and would therefore require a city project application. Couple other things in terms of Powell River Community Forest input on the city projects. The majority of the projects reviewed and recommended for approval by the Powell River Community Forest have already been reviewed by council as part of the 2025-2029 financial plan bylaw approval process. But there are two projects that have a change of scope and funding, and staff are recommending that the following two projects received increased funding this fall in order to meet timing consideration. So these two projects are 430, which is the City of Powell River Logger Sports Arena. And this project originally came forward with a budget of $30,000 in 2025, and staff are recommending that it be increased up to 60 and that it be moved this fall in order for timing. The second budget that has a timing request is the Seawalk Repair Project, and staff are recommending that this budget be increased by $180,000, and that's for project 435. This is because there's some budget increases, and in order to meet the anticipated deadline for undertaking the work, the budget will need to be increased in the fall. So as of the writing of this report, council has an approved dollar value in the City of Powell River financial plan of just over $425,000. And to date has approved nonprofit grants of just over $560,000. So the budget line item is over budget at this point in time. The total recommendations for nonprofit grants as contained within the Powell River Community Forest letter is $546,000, just over. So that falls within the budget that council has set for the fall, which is the $640,000. So whatever dollar value the committee recommends and council ultimately decides upon, the existing funding allocation within the existing financial plan bylaw is out of date and will need to be amended. And any additional funds will come from the Powell River Community Forest Reserve. So finally, just speaking to the reserve, staff did provide an update on November 4th in terms of the reserve, and it showed that there's a projected balance in the reserve to the end of December 31st, 2026 of just under $8 million. As noted in this report, that number does not include any projects currently in the 5-year financial plan, as those are being reviewed as part of our capital planning processes. 5-year financial plan past 2026. So once that plan is updated, it's expected that projected balance will drop significantly. But I'm happy to answer any questions before I throw it over to Greg to go through the Powell River Community Forest projects.
Any questions for the CAO's report before we turn it over to Mr. Hempel? Councillor Southcott.
Thank you. I'm curious about the seawall through the chair. It says the 180,000 suggested addition to the original 800,000 is to assure phase 1. So I'm not clear on what phase 1 is and how many other phases. Like that suggests that even all this money may not fully renovate the seawall. I'm unclear on what we're actually going to get for that.
Yeah, good question. So the first phase is the funding that was anticipated in the budget for 2025, and I'll throw it over to our interim director of infrastructure who can talk about potentially what the next phase would look like.
Thank you, through the chair. So phase 1 with the $180,000 addition to the budget was brought up through the design process with our consulting engineer. So they recommended that budget be increased to complete the scope of phase 1. So phase 1 is, I'll call it, the most critical piece to complete. There is a second phase that we would look to complete in a subsequent year as well, not as emergent in need, but would be secondary, but something we would recommend in the future.
So what are we doing?
If I may. Pardon? Yeah, so resurfacing, more riprap, does phase 1 achieve that? Increase in the elevation, as I understood, was necessary?
Yeah, the phase 1 through the chair, sorry. It basically repairs the seawall, as I understand, to provide a stronger barrier against the sea, which has been damaged through the storms. So it's about a 170-meter long section around the viewpoint, which was called the critical zone, which experienced the most severe damage from the past weather events. And then phase 2 would be immediately adjacent to that, and that would be recommended as an improvement for a subsequent year.
If I may, the main criticisms or questions that we've received over the past 2 or 3 years since that storm relate to surface. And I think that the surface, as people have walked on it, it's become more solid. And so more accessible to people with walkers and, who have mobility challenges. But is that also going to be, will that be achieved during phase one? Will the surface be, I would imagine so, because if the wall is going to be increased in height, then there will have to be a new surface, but I just wondering.
Yeah, so as part of the work, the seawalk trail surface within the section will also be resurfaced
Okay.
for the first phase, and then we'll look into the second phase, but yes.
Thank you very much.
Any other questions for the CAO? Seeing none, I guess I turn it over to Mr. Hempel.
Thank you. Sundance has taken away some of my thunder here, but I'll just run through these quickly. It's always good to review how we got here. And really that starts with why the fund is in such good shape. We had a 2024 dividend, which was our third highest at 3.7 million, and that comes directly after our 2023 dividend, which was record high at over 6 million there. So we find ourselves with the highest amount of available money in the fund, which should cover both 2025 and, if needed, 2026 grants there. In the spring, council went forward approving 9 grants for community groups, a total for 560,388. In the summer, we call them one-off grants, but Power Community Forest recommended that the 2 city project budgets, budget top-ups in August, we recommended we provided our support for that. One was the Crossroads building exterior cladding, additional $134,487. Good to see the work proceeding. And then the recreational complex electrical upgrades and emergency backup systems, which was another $447,324 there, bringing that project. I think the total is over 1.6 million. So that's a big project there. As Sundance said, the application review for the fall was delayed until September 29th, 25. Applications not selected in the spring carried forward to this fall review. A couple of applicants who received partial funding either submitted new applications or discussed concerns that the original project plans may be compromised. Not a lot, but there's a few there. Our board took a fresh look at the entire list based on our evaluation criteria and council's priorities there. We did have a lot of good notes from direct follow-up with applicants back in the spring, including staff comments. Not a lot of new comments for these new applications there. We're recommending 14 grants to community groups for a total of $546,251. The city has put forward 7 new projects which are ready to proceed in 2025 or into 2026, and those are $847,000. Now, just wanted to remind everybody, because sometimes the feedback back to applicants gets a bit confused. The reason some applications haven't been recommended by Powell River Community Forest, they're varied and really include our impressions on whether council was likely to support a grant, and in previous years, whether there was monies available in the fund to do that many grants. Fortunately, we don't have that situation here, but we are trying to fit into a budget target there. So next slide. Is there a...
It's right next to you there.
Oh, there you go. Carrying on with this, thanks for resuming the updates on monies available in the fund and the status of city and community group grant projects. It's good to see substantial progress on some of these important community projects and a more positive message about the fund. As Sundance said, City Council set a $640,000 budget for community group grants. And that was based on what's left of an average annual amount spent on community group grant projects. So over the last 5 years. Being results-based ourselves, we like that this represents completed projects. It's also a good way to track city projects. However, looking forward, that approach for budgeting doesn't really account for construction cost inflation, or even on a smaller scale, some of the added costs now for architectural drawings, engineering reports, AIAs. The city has seen that with their own projects, with, in this group, 3 sizable project budget top-ups needed there. At the joint working group, we indicated to council, or indicated to the group that if council was contemplating supporting a grant which involved a large percentage of the budget, then the budget should be adjusted to ensure opportunities for smaller, ready-to-proceed community group projects could still be funded there. Our belief is if there's substantial monies available in the fund, council should retain discretion to take advantage of larger scale transformative opportunities which may present themselves. The future probably involves projects with multiple funding partners there. Budgets can be adjusted there. Not all community groups are created equal. There are larger government-funded organizations with fairly substantial staff delivering important services to the public. On the other end of the spectrum, we have many volunteer-based organizations really define what the community is about. And they'll always appreciate any help they receive financially there. Included in that group is the city's own user groups, leaseholders, and tenants, maintaining and improving city infrastructure there. We don't like to see getting caught up in the debate over who's in control. I think what we would like to see is that relationship of working together on those. Okay. Go to the list. I think council's seen all those. I can barely see it there. What I'll do is, oh, there you go. We'll just go right down to the grants. And I'm not going to go through each. I can go through each one, but I'm not going to provide detail on each one. I think we can open it up to any questions that come up. To the extent I can, I'll answer those. And if we can't answer them, we can certainly quickly get back with information following the meeting there. So if you go back up in to the start of the project, there you go. So working through these, any questions on 389? There was comments, Friends of Catat didn't agree with this because it wasn't capital. I guess it really comes down to what you define as capital. It's used to purchase clothing and food support, food cards for vulnerable students. We have funded it before. When I say we, the city and Powell River Community Forest, either directly or in a couple of occasions through matching 100 Women Who Care. I don't think there's any question there is a need there. I think it's one of those ones that really just comes down to whether you're comfortable viewing this as something that fits our criteria there. So we're putting forward half of what was requested. I think their approach was so they didn't have to come back to council midstream in a school year. So, I can't talk about 391. I'm in conflict, so we can come back to that if there's any questions. And Rod's here, he can speak to that. Powell River Lawn Bowling Club, it's a city building, received a partial grant in the spring. They really could use funding to complete the proposed structural and accessibility upgrades that were in their application there. So that's money, that 40,000 represents the reduction in the partial grant. 409, Powell River Brain Injury Society, accessibility, and I'm trying to track this. So that's half the request. I mean, you got to remember in terms of when these applications came in, it was mostly back in March. I mean, so it's been quite a time period. They've managed to come up with other funding in the meantime, which is good. And they have come forward to us and say that they could reduce the requested amount to half, which is $15,000. I think that's the next one. 413, get that regional districts, Gillies Bay tennis courts upgrade. 414, Brooks Berm Buster mountain bike team trailer. What it is a rack, a purpose-built rack for their, as you know, Powell River hosted the BC mountain bike get together, and the Brooks has a team that travels to compete. So School District 47 is a participant in that project there. Powell River Salmon Society, they have upgrades to the Duck Lake hatchery, so that's the one up in the community forest. If some of you have seen posted that they completed the grant from 2 years ago down at the facility down at the highway there, and had a great Salmon Expo event a couple months ago. Cadet Regional Cycling Association, Burma parking lot is in the community forest, so they want to do parking lot improvements and trail improvements. This could be direct funded by Powell River Community Forest, but we also appreciate if council wants to be seen as supporting these important recreation projects there. We would put a criteria that the grants are subject to BC Rec Sites and Trails approval. That's the provincial agency there. So if there's something that comes up where you want to have more money for another application, this is an option. The parking lot was built by Community Forest, basically for safety reasons to stop people from parking on the side of the Forest Service Road there. Powell River Gymnastics Society, contribution to equipment upgrades. Powell River Kiwanis Village Society, kitchen and technology upgrades. They submitted 2 applications. We went back to Kiwanis and asked which one they consider as a priority, and that's that one. Powell River Curling Club, contribution to a backup generator. This is quite an expensive, this is a minor component of quite an expensive proposition there. West Coast Swim Club, competitive swim equipment. I believe also the city is supporting them with other pool-related improvements there. So pretty important to see return to really a growing swim club there. We can do all we want with facilities, but we need them to be used. Powell River Healthcare Auxiliary, contribution to the economy shop building HVAC installation there. As you know, they had a fairly substantial application that was partially funded, and they've come back with a new application which is focused on the HVAC installation there. Bang for buck, if you were wanting to support healthcare in our region, this would probably be the best way to do it there. In Kelly Creek Community Church, the community pavilion is complete. Phase 2 was upgrades around the grounds. There was 3 phases. We talked them into dropping parking lot type stuff, and also back when they first started construction on the pavilions, we sort of said, let's see how that turns out. Well, it turned out great. So this is, it didn't get approved in the spring, but they've come back in again. So, and this is where would like some feedback on from council. We would also draw attention to 406, which is the McLack Together We Can Addiction Treatment Center. Request to contribute to a $195,000 cost overrun. Now, of course, the facility is completed. And also 385, which is Powell River Youth and Family Services Society for the Foundry project. This is a new application for $250,000. I think we can talk about that separately, but I think the issue is, as we work through both these, was this notion that there may be a path to receive funding from the Cathet Regional Hospital District, but that required them being formally designated as a healthcare facility. So what we don't know is something actually happening there, or is that just more of a response there? And Councillor Elliott can probably speak to this as best. Okay, so we'll carry on, but we'll be coming back to that discussion on Foundry at the end. So that's the total grants for community groups under budget. Not by a lot, but a fairly substantial amount. And like I say, if there's something else that you want to visit in terms of ones that didn't get supported, there is some available money there, and then you do have the option of letting Powell River Community Forest just undertake the parking lot improvements there. So. Okay, let's go down to the city projects. You folks have seen most of these, and generally speaking, more than generally speaking, the Powell River Community Forest Board supports those expenditures there. I think, Sundance, have you ran through all these ones before?
Sorry, just to get my mic here. Yes, the majority of these projects are actually carry forwards from last year's budgeting process, and the ones that are needed upgraded funding or are new were in my report. So I believe council has all the information they need, but if they have need any more information, I'm happy to jump in.
Okay. Do you want to comment on the designated health facility issue now?
Go ahead, Councillor.
Through the chair.
I have both questions, and yes, I can comment on that. So I sit on the.
I'll give you the floor for the commenting on the health authority part. We're not getting at the questions just yet, so you're a little bit behind the line on that one. So.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
So for the Foundry and McLack, the minister has sent a letter to the Cathet Hospital District that indicates that they can be designated health facilities if the hospital district forwards a letter asking them to be designated hospital or health facilities. And it has a bunch of information that is required to go in that letter. And it goes to the minister, and the minister can contemplate and approve or not approve based on the information. And it requires support of the Vancouver Coastal Health through a letter as well. So that process has now been sort of outlined by letter from the minister for doing that. One of the things required in the letter is how much the Cathett Hospital District is willing to put forward in funding. That hasn't been determined yet. We've asked a report from staff to look at those options and what the financial implications for the Cathett Hospital District are. So we expect to see that coming back in December. Then if letters go forward, we would wait for the ministry and however long it takes them to vet that letter or make a decision. And then at that point, we would know one way or the other. So there is no right now, as it stands, neither of those organizations are health designated facilities. We've had some feedback from both organizations around what that would require for them and how it changes their own budgets. And so we're still needing to clarify some of that information before moving forward to make sure it's what they actually want. So I would say that it's appropriate for this body to consider funding the Foundry to show city support for all of their grant applications and outside interests. Many grants coming from outside of our community require proof that the local government does support them as well, and then they help out a little better. It helps them get approval for outside grants if we ourselves are using our grant processes to support them. So we need to make a decision without knowing how that other one's going to land, and that's where we're at right now.
Thank you, Councillor Elliott. Just one quick call for a clarification question, Mr. Hempel, regarding the Burma project. I saw your hand before. Yeah.
I think we're not.
Just you mentioned community forest would help lower the cost. I'm assuming that means by community forest handling the building of it. Is that what you were referring to?
Yeah, well, we would, well, first of all, it'd be a lot cheaper and faster if we did it because we don't have to go through procurement and bids and all. Well, we might get bids, but things like machine time, we can arrange that when other equipment's already out there. On-site supervision, we obviously have a forest manager very experienced in that. So we built a few parking lots just to get folks off the roads. So it's an option. We're not
I just wanted to clarify.
Pushing it, but it can save the city some money if they wish to redirect it somewhere else in the budget there. So
thank you for the clarification.
Okay.
I've got a few names here. So I've got Councillor Isaacson, then Councillor Douth, and Councillor Elliott.
Is Mr. Hempel done his presentation?
I believe so.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure you're done your presentation.
Well, we're going to talk about Foundry, so it's appropriate to at this point, now that we've seen the existing list, it's appropriate to ask questions around that before we have more of a general discussion around Foundry, if that's okay.
Okay. Okay. So did you have your question there? No. Okay. Councillor Douth.
I'm trying to work through just exactly what people want to recommend and what they don't want to recommend so that we can hopefully work through this tonight.
Yes.
I'm prepared to stay for a long time, but I'd like to work through it tonight. I want to understand what the Community Forest Board is recommending. And I think when I read this, that in your letter, Appendix A, there's 3 pages. There's about 15 community projects going down to number 428 that you're recommending acceptance of. You're not currently recommending the McClap Together We Can or the Foundry project. And you're recommending going ahead with city projects, including the increases to the Logger Bowl poles, an additional 30,000 and an additional 180,000 for the seawalk top up. Is that
That's correct.
recommendation is? And I'm just going to suggest that it might help us to get through this tonight, if when we're done asking all our questions and discussing things informally, that we have a motion to approve all of those. And if people want to not approve one or two of them, to make an amendment to the motion to remove ones they don't want to fund, because otherwise we might be here for a long, long time trying to figure out what we're trying to do.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Isaac,
Am I correct in what the Community Forest Board is recommending?
Yeah, what you see in that letter is our formal public recommendations for fall 2025 grants. It's the city ones aren't grants; they're just basically our input in support of those projects with grant funds.
Councillor Elliott, then the mayor.
Thank you. So my questions are about some of the projects. The powder curling generator, was that the full cost of the the generator that they were hoping to install, or is that a
Not
partial
even
cost?
close there.
So what percentage is that then?
Well, you're asking me to dig back into the application. You have the applications, but it's a small percentage of the total cost.
Okay, so you don't know either.
Pardon me?
We can look it up, is what you're saying.
Yeah.
I just thought you might know.
Or even I can follow up with an email through Sundance there.
Yeah, so someone has to look it up. Okay, thank you. Is there a preference for the Community Forest Board for the Duck Lake Trails parking lot, whether it is done directly or indirectly? Do you have like I know you can do it. What would be your preference?
I think the preference would be to do it ourselves. And part of the reason is we have great relations with Cycling Association, but there's quite a few spin-off groups and individuals, some of them that don't like the new reality, which is planning and consultation and a submission to rec site and trails. So it does give us some on the ground supervision of what's going on in terms of construction and new trails. Like I say, good relations, but it is a culture shift where new development, basically trail development, basically has the same requirements that we do for forestry development there.
Councillor Elliott, just a quick pause. The CAO has a comment.
Thanks to the chair. The actual request for the generator is $144,000.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you.
And then also my question about the 391, I think it was. We had some comments in the report from the city that it, and I wasn't quite clear what the recommendation was, that it maybe is a city project or be handled through a city application. Does that mean not necessarily an external grant, or does that mean what? I just want some clarity around that.
Through the chair, again, these were the comments from staff through the spring, but what I will note is that during the spring, council approved the grant to move forward, even though it was a partial grant moving forward for it. So I was just bringing forward the same comments. So council has already decided to move forward with a grant on that anyway. My understanding of how we typically like to do this is because it's a city piece of infrastructure, we would rather the user group come and talk to the city and run it through a city project, such as what's going on with the Kings and the dressing room. But in this case, this has already been partially approved as a project moving forward.
And if you want, I can add to that.
Yes, please.
So, in our grant criteria, we say that most projects involving city infrastructure will be managed by city staff. However, and it says, however, there may be efficiencies in having user groups take the lead on some smaller projects there. And so if you take a look at all the club buildings, for instance, up Timber Lane, just about all the previous grant projects have been done by whoever had the club building up there. So relieving staff from some of that workload there. So it's really a judgment call, but it's like when you say who manages, who controls it. We have a number of great examples where both parties work together and everybody's satisfied. So that's what we would prefer than just saying, no, it's a city project and we're going to wait until another year from now before we do it there. So that's been the experience. If you talk to operational staff, they're very comfortable in those discussions that go on with the different clubs and associations there.
Yeah.
Thanks, through the chair. I'm just going to pass this over to Director of Recreation to speak to this because he also works with facilities.
Through the chair, I think during this transition period, it will be a little bit of a dance back and forth. We do have some concerns when it comes to uncovering things like asbestos or other dangerous materials. Costs can go up. We've encountered that in a lot of our buildings. That was one of the reasons why we initially said it's not a top priority for us right now as the city. We weren't going to do it, but we're happy to help out in whatever way we can. I think there could be significant unknowns. We just don't know that right now.
So just as follow-up, my recollection in the spring was there was also an external to building kiln that was required or some such equipment that wasn't part of the upgrade to the building. And knowing that they had to work with the city to get approvals for any of the upgrades to the building that could come up with unforeseen expenses due to asbestos and so forth, the expectation was that they would work with the city to figure that out. But if they could use the grant for part of what they were trying to do, i.e. the kiln, that we would support that. Is this a new application? Have they focused on a particular part of that project, or is it the same one from the spring with no, like, what's the definition around what they are planning to use the current grant for? Have they received approval from the city for anything that they're trying to do?
I just want to make sure, which one are you talking about?
The Timber Lane project is that not what I'm talking about?
Well, I'm in conflict with that one, so I'll draw it up here.
Sorry.
You,
that is the one I'm talking about. So yeah,
Yeah.
you might not want to talk.
Thank you. It's the same project. It's not a resubmission.
Okay.
They were going to buy a kiln and make room in their building to store it. And no sense getting the kiln if they don't have a place to put it. I guess that's the point of it all.
Okay, and no further, so.
Haven't done anything with.
Okay.
Yeah, last
thank
I
you,
spoke to them, they hadn't received their contract yet.
Okay.
For what was granted to them already, so that's where that stands at this point in time, unless something changed in very recent days.
Okay, great. Thank you.
And Rod, maybe you need to stay up so just a quick clarification then, because I'm seeing in the spring, we approved $54,000 flat.
Yeah.
This is for 54,000 and change.
Yeah.
Same project, but two different parts to the project. Am I understanding that?
Just a top up of their initial project that they had submitted.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Mr. Mayor, did you have a question?
I did. Thank you. Through the chair, Mr. Hempel had indicated that the grants for community groups was 540,000 and change, and that there was an opportunity for council to put forward motions to either amend that or add. My question is, I will be proposing that $25,000 be given to Prisma to help complete the Arts Hub project. Would I make that as an amendment to the motion to approve the grants for community groups, or is that a separate motion?
I'll turn that over to the CAO.
Through the chair, if there was a motion, which there hasn't been yet, to approve the list as presented by the Powell River Community Forest, that would need to be added. There is not a specific recommendation in the report saying which grants council should approve. So it's my expectation that someone will need to make a motion. And if there was a motion, it would need to be added to the motion.
Thank you.
Any further questions, comments, indications from anyone? Councillor Doak and Councillor Elliott.
If we're looking for questions, and I have a motion to make if the questions are done.
I don't think the report is done.
I'm just asking the chair where we are.
Okay. Well, are there any questions on this part of the report before we move on to another part? Councillor Palm.
Just one question before Councillor Dout, through the chair, proposes his motion, and that is in terms of logger sports and the replacement of poles, our community forest can help out with the getting those poles. Is that the intent? Reducing cost?
Yeah, no, we've offered, it's to find them. It's ideal if we're logging and we can find that type of pole, but we also have relationships with other companies, including Telaman, and I know the previous poles were donated by Western Forest Products. So if that works, we would certainly look at doing something like that, a donation. But I believe staff are engaged with both Logger Sports Association and have talked to Chris Lang, our manager, on that. So yeah, it's in the works, I believe.
Thank you. I support Councillor Dout making his motion so we can get on, because as we have always done here, there's a great deal of work on the research that's gone into this report on all of the various items that have been put forward and recommended by our community forest. It doesn't take staff time to do so. It saves the city a great deal of money in terms of this process. And the support they give to this community is just outstanding, because as I've stated many times here, where would we be without our community forest board and those valued volunteers that provide this service? So it's time to make the motion. Thank you very much.
Councillor Elliott.
Before we get to motions, I wanted to ask a little bit about the Brooks Berm Buster bike team, and whether they're actually a nonprofit society or who are they, and how do they operate? Like, is the trailer so that they can go as a group and put everybody's personal bikes on it out for a ride, or like what is it they're doing?
Well, mostly they will do local rides, but it's a team, and they will go on the road for events at other places there.
Like a school
And
team?
they are getting funding from the school district for that.
Okay, so they're a school team that goes and does like competitions somewhere?
Yep, and local.
Okay, so that helps. Thank you. And then since everybody's commenting on process, it is my opinion that we can't deal with the overall recommendation until we deal with some of the things that were not recommended, because we need to know how much money we're dealing with. And I would prefer to deal with the foundry first before we get into that, because it's not in the list and it's a priority for a lot of us. And so we might as well decide that one and then figure out how that impacts the rest. That's my thoughts on that. Mr. Dout.
Not sure how much presentation is still to go before we get into discussion of what's being approved or voted on. So is there more, just because I don't think the city projects have much to discuss on. So
I hope not.
I believe, I could be
Yeah.
wrong. And I think you've gone through the list of nonprofits. Is there anything I'm missing?
No, I think, and we brought it forward. Part of it was how realistic it is in the near future that there's going to be grant or support from Regional Hospital District to those two requests. So that's something that's there, especially for fundraising for Foundry, but also. The Foundry project itself, as you know, is a large request, which takes up a big part of the budget. And so ultimately, if council wants to support it, they're going to have to decide where the money's coming from. And it could be as easy as just increasing the budget. You're in that process now. But I did want to provide some backdrop to it didn't just appear. This is and the Sundance can speak to this as well. This was one of the ones I did follow up on, and this goes back to last fall and again in the spring, and council didn't approve the grants at those time. Now, I met with them in the spring after they found out it wasn't recommended, and basically, the comments I provided were the types of things that we had heard council comment before. So it's basically the size of the request at that time was $1 million, which obviously in the spring was ruled out. It's a provincial initiative, so there's always the discussion about whether costs are being downloaded to the city. It's private building improvements, so that's an issue. What should be the tenant? What should be the leaseholder? And then where were they at in terms of their funding process or their fundraising process, and also construction schedule. And then, of course, the other one was whether they could be a designated health authority because they're seeking funding there. So, like I say, I met with them in the, I guess, I don't know, that would have been back in June or July. And they've answered a number of those questions that are proposed. And I did send in a note through Sundance on some of the comments we had on this one there. So, in our grant criteria, which everybody's read, is we do favor projects that are ready to go. So I don't think it's ready to go now. But on the other hand, we also say we support using grants to match or leverage other funding that might be out there. So this, I know they say it's matching a foundation's contribution, but it's really just leveraging other fundraising that's going on there. So there is, I mean, a lot of times these decisions come down to whether there's enough money to cover that size of projects. Well, we know there is enough money there. So I'll let Sundance comment because I did the follow-up twice. And I think they were tired of meeting me, actually. So I asked Sundance to follow up and see if he could get a read on where they're at with on the fundraising side, and then on a construction schedule. And I don't know if council knows, but grant funds aren't distributed until there's a building permit in place. So they're a long way away from getting a building permit. So there's a bunch of options, including just making a soft commitment, funding it now, funding it partial to get them going. But I think those are the things that council's going to have to wrestle with there. So, and just generally, our board, just so there's no confusion, we think it's an initiative which would be very positive for the community, but at this stage, it's probably not ready. So, Sundance?
Yeah.
Yeah, through the chair, I did reach out to Delith from Foundry and Colette and spoke with them as well. I just asked for project timeline and updated budget, which they provided, which I provided to council. So everyone was up to speed on in terms of where they're at. They indicated that it is a project that requires the funding and they're hoping to meet their deadline, but that they're also currently working hard to try to make themselves a healthcare facility so that they can access additional funding as well. And that's their focus right now, and that they're looking to finalize their lease in December moving forward. So they of course would like as much funding as possible as soon as possible, but they have provided with updated timelines in terms of what they're looking to accomplish, and that has been provided to council. I don't think there's any guarantees on any projects. It's really going to boil down to where the committee council wants to allocate their funding at this point.
So looking at the suggested recommendations in the package, I feel like we are about to play a game of what amendment or motion are we voting on now? And as the time is currently 10 to 5, I'm going to say we take a quick 5-minute bio break and let everyone get all their thoughts in order, because I know our deputy corporate officer is going to have busy fingers pretty soon. And we will come back in a few minutes and start the fun. All righty. Get things going over here. So based on conversation we've had so far, I have a feeling the recommendations that the community force provided are probably going to shift a little bit compared to what is recommended to council. So I have a feeling recommendation 1 to receive the letter as attached as is probably not the recommendation that we want. So if there are changes, additions, or removals from the committee force recommendations, I'd suggest we start with those, and then Deputy Corporate Officer will keep track and get us the total that we can then recommend to council. So we'll start with Councillor Isaacson, then Councillor Doughton, Councillor Elliott.
Thank you, Chair. I think we can actually pass the first motion. It's only about receiving the letter for consideration. Is that the intention? Okay, I'll just make that first motion to get that out of the way. That the committee receive for consideration the Powell River Community Forest Board Fall 2025 Grant Recommendation Letter attached as Appendix A.
Okay, any deliberation? Doesn't seem like it, so all in favor? And all the hands are up, so that is unanimous.
The motion I intended to make was that the committee recommend to council that council approve a fall 2025 grant for $250,000 to youth and family for Foundry. That's application 385. And we don't need a seconder for that motion. So just to provide my views on it, I do want to mention that council actually hasn't had a really robust discussion about Foundry yet. I know Mr. Hemphill mentioned things that he's heard from council, and I think that he's heard from individual members of council, but we as a council, as a governing body, haven't had an opportunity to talk about this yet. And so this is a project that's not shovel ready, but they are there's a lot of things going on with the space that they are intending to enter in a lease agreement with, but to not impact those negotiations, I don't want to say too more. I do have a bit more information being a liaison to the Foundry, but they have a big capital funding campaign. They're working on a project that the operating costs are covered by the province. I know that there's concerns about, for example, provincial downloading, and I think that's valid. I think a lot of the work that our community groups do, from big and small, are downloaded from the province. They are things like poverty reduction, these are conservation, parks and recreation sites. These are all things that the province has often downloaded to community groups, and this is one of them. And so the question for us is not whether we advocate to the province to remake the system, it's we have this opportunity in front of us to develop services for youth in our community, and whether council supports it or not. Concerns about it not being shovel ready. This is a large capital campaign by Foundry, and given that groups cannot 100% know whether or not they're going to get the funding when they apply to community forest, having everything in line and being completely shovel ready and having contractors lined up is really hard to do when you're dealing with a really big project, because it represents a lot of risk. And in this case, the city's not the only funder. If the city contributed $250,000, it's not even a major funder. The major funder is Foundry BC. They, to the capital cost of this project, are donating over $1.5 million and are working with Foundry on fundraising activities. So this is like a really big effort. Youth and family are incredibly active doing fundraising, and both for small donations and for large grants. Their intended site, which is still not public, although some people say it's the worst kept secret in this community, is a private site, but the lease is, I believe, over 20 years. And so, and the improvements that are made are ones that potentially can be taken with taken and removed in the future. A lot of the work being done to the space, the core work, or some of the core work, for example, HVAC and stuff, there's a lot of work being contributed and demo by the landlord. And so I do understand that there are there are hesitations. I think for me, ultimately, going into a financial year where there are a lot of fiscal challenges that our community is facing, and we only have one big pot of money to draw from, and some of that's from taxation, some of that's from fees, some of that's from long-term borrowing, some of that's community forest dividend. We have one pocket, and the question is, how do we draw money to pay for our roads and sewers and water and planning and parks and the rec complex, et cetera, et cetera. And so the question for me is, what am I willing to ultimately tax for? Because when we draw from community forest, it means that community forest money can't go to some of our important community projects like the rec complex. So there's a bit of a give and take. And so in moving this, because it wasn't on that list, I wanted to make sure that it gets addressed and council can decide whether it wants to move forward with that. I've heard from other people, they may have other individual motions that haven't been put forward on the recommended list, but this is an important one for me. They applied last fall, were given some advice on things that the board was looking for in their application. They resubmitted in the spring, as far as I understand, but things are getting closer. The hope is to do a lot of the work in 2026. And so any ways that we can demonstrate to them so that they can demonstrate to other funders that they have community support behind them is really important. I appreciate that the regional hospital district doesn't yet have an answer and hasn't made a decision on how much they will fund. And I think that's a valid difficulty for us in figuring out what we want to contribute to this. And what I will say is we're going to have to make that decision without knowing the outcome of that. I hope that the regional district will also contribute, the regional hospital district will contribute generously in the sense that this is a service for our entire region, not just the city. And the city would be contributing through the regional hospital district in addition to anything that we decide to provide here. I think it's okay for the city to pitch in a little bit more, given the proximity. It's going to be in the city. It's going to be the easiest to access by youth residents in the city. And so I'm willing to contribute a little bit more. And so for me, the question coming into this really difficult discussion, knowing the really great work that the Community Forest Board does in building relationships with community groups, the long history and great work that they do in funding those groups, I am looking at it from a fiscal and services perspective. What am I willing to tax for, basically? Because everything is connected, one big pot. What am I willing to tax for? And for me, that is the creation of a center to serve fundamental services for youth for our community. And so I wanted to get this off the bat so that we as a group have a sense of where we're going with our money after this. But this is my deepest wish, is that we send a really strong message to the youth in our community that we care about their well-being. The city's behind them. We want the Foundry to succeed. And we're going to do that by contributing a chunk of money. It's not as big as MCLAT received. It's not as big as the Cycling Association received in terms of big chunks in the past. And so this is my hope is to demonstrate to youth broadly in our community, especially youth that are struggling, which is many of them, who are looking for health and services, that that City Council is willing to step up with our money. Thank you.
Okay, so we've got a motion on the floor, and so we're going to be focus our conversation around that right now. So I got Councillor Southcott, then Councillor Elliott.
Thank you, Chair. I do support this, even though I have to say I have serious anxiety about the budgeting process we're going into this year. To invest in youth is to invest in the future of our community. That's fundamentally why I support this. And this is a specific investment, or this is a specific commitment to an investment to youth. It's something that I've been interested in, researched, and followed for a long time. This program basically resembles something along the lines of initiatives many years ago in Iceland that were followed through Europe. in thinking about that carefully, and they were very successful. In fact, providing services for youth like this creates a future where the society is not spending money on fixing problems that result because unhealthy life choices are made instead of healthy life choices. And that's what Foundry is all about. And it's been proven through many other examples. Was it 18, I think now, in British Columbia? They are successful. And I want to see us invest in our future. The problem for me with the Iceland and European models are that most of those governments are unitary. The style of governments in those countries are unitary. That means there's no provincial or territorial governments. It's local and federal, essentially. So the money came from the feds, and that is, unfortunately, our situation is different here. What's happened over the whole time that I've been involved in local government is that, yes, there has been what we've called downloading. There's been a slide of responsibility to our level of government. And there is that we can very validly say, no, these are things that are responsibility of society at the senior levels. And that's what happened in Iceland and in Europe. But what it has happened as well is that not only have the responsibilities slid, partly because local governments and local communities can look after the specific rollout of programs and responsibilities like this better than central government can do it. And that's been proved here over a long period of time. What has happened is grant money has followed, often from senior governments and also other institutions. And this is what has actually fueled foundries around British Columbia up until now. We've been told that currently this foundry is having more trouble than other foundries have had. But the way to secure other institutional funding, the way to inspire that is to make a commitment as a local community that we are behind this. And very often that is what it's taken. And we've seen this happen in times before with money from the community forest, where this kind of commitment brings money from other institutions that will step up with significant amounts, which obviously is what is needed for Foundry. So that, in a lot of words, is why I support this commitment now. And obviously this money will not be spent for some time, but it's a commitment, and I want to make that commitment. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Elliott, and then the mayor.
Thank you, Chair. So I support the motion. There's a lot of need in our community for supports for youth. A Foundry is a drop-in for all kinds of health facilities, both physical and mental health services. It's a space that youth can drop in to connect with one another and also have access to social services. Currently in our community, which requires ferries and airplanes to get out of, there is 0 beds for mental health for youth, none. So if your child is in crises for mental health and goes to our hospital, they can't keep them. And if they do, there's only one emergency room with a padded room where those kids can stay. It's inappropriate environment for a child in mental health crises. They're not allowed to be in our psych ward because there's adults in the psych ward and they're not permitted to put them there. So they can't access the same services that adults can in our community when there is a mental health break. I know this. I had a child with a mental health break. It was absolutely horrific. So the Foundry doesn't have overnight either, but it has all of the services that help with prevention, mitigation, creating the situation where children don't get in crises in the first place, and they can support children through services as an outpatient basis. There's no lineups. It's a self-referral, so young people don't need to talk to necessarily adults in order to self-refer themselves to services through this foundry. And let's talk about numbers. So currently, the foundry has identified 2.7 million toward their goal for construction, and they are requiring between 1.5 and 2.9 additional dollars. They have asks or applications out for 1.415 of that amount, of that 2.9, and they will be more successful with their asks in a lot of cases if we as a community can show support directly through grants through our avenues. 250,000 is only 25% of the original ask. We have set a precedent at the community forest for supporting MICLA in their facility, and I strongly supported it then, and I still do. We've already provided, in the case of the MICLA, in excess of $900,000 through the community forest, money well spent. So I think currently what the foundry is dealing with as far as immediate pressures is to show that they are going to meet their goals so that they can go ahead and lease their space before they lose it. And without helping them get to that target, and they think if they can identify 3.8 up from the 2.7, that they can actually feel confident about moving forward. And so what we can do as a community through the community forest is provide this $250,000 grant that indicates support of our community toward a service that is absolutely needed by youth in our community. It's a huge gap. The lack of services for youth is turning into extra visits to the hospital, youth that are aging into situations that aren't great for them as adults, and we can do better. And I believe that the foundry is a critical service in our community, and we need to support them. And so more critical than anything else on this list today, in my opinion. So I will support this motion.
Thank you. Mayor and then Councillor Palm.
Thank you. So I did significant research on Foundry in BC, and I circulated to council some of the findings. So first of all, the normal procedure putting Foundry in place is to identify a substantial partner like the John Howard Society that's been in practice for over 100 years and has demonstrated the ability to use their funds and other funds to complete a project and to ensure that the project will continue. I agree that the potential outcome of Foundry in Powell River is worthwhile supporting. Why I can't support this is I have just heard generalizations and lack of details as to who is running the fund campaign, who has been approached by the fund campaign. I think we are way too soon to opt into this and provide money without the answers as to whether or not we'll be sitting here in 1 year or 2 years and nothing will have happened. Good donors, both individual and foundations, look for a business plan that makes sense. I have seen no business plan for Foundry that would make any sense. And I've raised money for 50 years, tens of millions of dollars for a variety of projects. And what I see from Foundry is just a lot of generalizations, and we're talking to people, and if this works out and we get some money, then something would happen. So if there was a legitimate plan put forth, I would definitely support it. I've already said that early on, even before this became a question, I made a donation because I was hoping that people could use that donation to get start of a good business plan to facilitate their funding. And I hope that in the future this will happen, but now I can't support it.
Councillor Palm.
Thank you, through the chair. I've heard the mayor talk about this in our working group level. His research indicates that there are no foundries in the province of BC that has been supported by municipality or cities. That tells me maybe this is a little premature. The foundry organization can always come back when they're ready, once they get their health status, once they get additional funding and things in place. Our Community Forest Board has done their research and they're coming up with the same answer, that this is premature. And I hate to tell you, but council set and staff set a limit of $560,000 for nonprofit. This is an ask of $1 million to start with. Now we're going to contribute 250, which puts us well over that $560,000 threshold. At this point in time, I cannot support this, even though I worked with youth in this community directly for 40 years, supporting them every step of the way. And I would love to raise my hand in the air right now. But with the uncertainty this city is facing financially for the next couple of years, and this being a premature ask, I cannot support this motion, even though I would love to. For all those various reasons, we should just hold off, allow them to get their health status, reach out to other funding agencies, and when they're ready, come back to us. Thank you, Chair.
So no.
So, what we're talking about right now is there are recommendations from the city and from the community forest about the fall community forest grants. Now, we've got an organization in place called the Community Forest Board who does a great deal of work for us all year long in looking at all of these applications, going through their priorities, going through their requirements, looking at each one of the projects and making recommendations on what the city should spend its money on and what it shouldn't sometimes. We've heard from the board, from Mr. Hempel, about why they are not recommending a grant to the Foundry in the fall 2025 round of donations. And I think if we're going to have an organization make recommendations to us, we should respect that. When they point out things that, like there is no building permit in place, and that's one of their normal requirements, it makes sense. We can make a decision to donate $250,000, but we know it's not going to go anywhere before the end of the year. If it does, it's going to go somewhere next year. That'd be an opportunity to apply in the spring 2026 grants. We don't know what the regional hospital district is going to come up with, whether the Ministry of Health is going to make a determination that Foundry and McLeod are both healthcare services. If that determination is made, then the regional hospital district would have to make a decision on how much the regional hospital district wanted to contribute and look at what the taxation is going to be, because the only place that the regional hospital district gets money for is direct taxation. They don't get money anywhere else. So that's coming. So I'm against this motion primarily because it doesn't fit the requirements of the Community Forest Board. It's not recommended by the board, and I think it's premature.
I have a question for staff. We know that these funds for community forest grants are only issued when projects are executed. We know based on the current timeline, this project is not likely to be started in the next 6 to 8 months, if not longer.
That's not true.
It's not true? Okay, my mistake then. All right, that might eliminate my question then. So that's really it.
So some of the other information that might be helpful to know is that should the foundry decide or get to a position where they can secure their lease, that could be any time, it could be like today, tomorrow, next month. They then have 9 months whereby they don't have to pay. And once they do, it's operational. So that's covered by their already secured operational funding. And that 9 months is then used for them to, the landlord themselves is spending, I think, upward of $900,000 to make the space empty, ready, and do upgrades to make it, make the empty space perfect for what it needs to be. And the funding for the upgrades is to make clinical rooms, you know, the interior division of buildings and spaces. And it isn't for the actual building space. That $900,000 is coming from, or in excess of, from the landlord, should the lease be confirmed. And so there are a lot of moving parts, but the intention is to get the money secured, decisions done within the 9-month span. So yes, we don't disperse money before there's a building permit, but we've never ever before required a building permit be in place before we actually make a decision on grants. That's not been something we've required. The disbursement is subject to, but not the actual approval by council. And many of the questions that are coming up in our conversation today are a scrutiny that we haven't applied to anybody else. For them to relay the types of details publicly that we're asking for is unreasonable. I mean, if we wanted to have this conversation with them, we could invite them here to an in-camera meeting where they could talk to us very frankly about information that's part of their negotiating processes. But we haven't done that, and so that's why your questions are unanswered. I've been part of an in-camera conversation, and many of these details could be available directly through an invitation such as that. So I think the scrutiny that people are applying to this didn't exist for MCLAT, doesn't exist for anything else on this list. And quite frankly, I don't understand why any of it is resulting in not a recommendation for our community. The need is there. The answers have been put forward through application. This is their 3rd application to the community forest. The idea that it's not moving forward imminently is not correct either. They're moving forward tomorrow as soon as they get some answers that they need. The Cathet Hospital District is moving forward as fast as they can. We're expecting a report in December. So we're not going to relook at this in December. We're looking at it today. And without making a contribution to this project, it could undermine their applications to other people who are looking to see if there's city support. So we could look again at the spring. If the situation's new and they're shy another $200,000 or whatever, they could make another application and we could look at it then. But to get them moving, I think we owe it to them to help them, because not only do we need it, these things that people are saying aren't in place they're there. And so if you really have questions, don't just deny their grant, invite them in to talk about it so they have that opportunity. And that would go for all of the folks involved. Thanks.
So my question thank you for the information. My question, I guess, was, and I don't think we've done this in 15, 16 years of the community forest. But I am trying to recognize here the challenge we have with the budget that we've already pre-allocated, which I was the only one that voted against a nonprofit budget a couple months ago, partly for this discussion reason, and recognizing the challenges that we have. So I guess my question to staff is, could we commit this motion and not push it forward to the spring of 26, but could we pre-commit it to the spring 2026 intake so that there's a commitment letter from council that the community forest grant is pre-approved, they don't have to reapply, and whatever that number is that community forest has to work with in the spring, that amount is already deducted from there. And I don't know if that's feasible or not, but I'm thinking outside the box.
Let me just ponder this for a second. I think you could. I mean, the reality is that council makes commitments through motions in terms of what they're looking to do. And if council decided that this was a project that would be one that was going to be pre-approved for the spring, that motion would take place. Ultimately, it's up to the same group of individuals who make the motion to follow through with it at the end. And that's all I could say with it, because it is a motion, it's on the books. We as staff can move forward within that construct, but ultimately when this comes up again in the spring, it would be up to this group to move forward with it.
Okay, we'll go to Councillor Palm had one, then Councillor Isakson, then.
Thank you, through the chair.
Oh, wait, hang on, sorry, Councillor Palm, corporate officer might have a comment. Oh, yes, sorry. Thank you. Yeah, we had reached our 2-hour time limit since we started before. So I need unanimous consent to continue our conversation. Do I have anyone against that? Not seeing anyone against that. So thank you, corporate officer. Councillor Palm.
Thank you, through the chair. So I hear Councillor Elliott with passion, and I hear Councillor Isakson. This is a pet project for them because they initiated this some way, shape, or form. I get it. I get it. You're passionate about it. But there's all kinds of city issues that come into effect here. And one of the things that is very important to me is that this organization needs to be ready and show us that they have a building permit, occupancy permit, whatever it is that they need to go forward, and not just donating $250,000 for a hold period. I would love to see them come back to this chamber in the spring, give us a valued presentation, tell us where we're at, and hopefully they got those things sorted out with health status. Because if they get their health status, one of the things that they're going to be able to do is apply for further funding. And I'll give you a prime example in our community. Malat has a couple of residences for people that have recovered that they house over in the town site. And Malat just bought a house next to my neighborhood, a brand new place, for $1.2 or $3 million for that purpose. The funding is out there, but let them prove they're worthy of it. Let's not be premature before they get that status. That's what I'm saying. Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Isakson.
Thank you. A couple of things. This is not a pet project of mine at all, Councillor Palm. This is something they came to council looking for a liaison. I'm interested in youth. I offered to be that liaison and council appointed me. That is the extent of my...
Disrespect, Councillor. No
Yeah.
disrespect.
So I wanted to clarify that. My concern about delaying it to the spring is the spring grant process. We end up not approving things and getting grants out until like May or June. And so spring is not like February, March. It's quite a bit later. So in my work as the liaison to the anchor table, I've seen, and then going to some of their public events where public input events, they've been getting feedback from book students and advisory committees. Like Foundry BC supplies them with an architect designer person. Like they're moving this along. They've gone through a couple of iterations on design, and that design is very specific to this community. Like this is in progress. This is not about waiting until next September to get started in construction. Like this is a current going concern. My concern about waiting till spring is that it further slows things down. And because this is such a big project, like the overall funding need for this project is bigger than any other project we funded. It's not the biggest that we funded, but the overall project envelope is huge. We haven't donated to a capital project of this size. And so this is about momentum and a fairly tight time frame for them to carry out the work successfully next year. And so so I want to be clear that there is work already in progress. This is not, they're not waiting around. They have very strong support from Foundry BC, which has opened and operated a number of foundries throughout the province. They have an established process that they go to, established governance model to support the lead agencies locally. Youth and Family has been around for 30 years, providing services to this community in terms of having, being a solid organization in this community. And so I am like, yes, I would support a spring grant, but we can also grant now to carry that momentum, to give them some momentum and allow them to start work with confidence and also bring in more money. Like they have a lot of money to bring in and they're working hard to do it. And they've been successful so far. They have more work to do. And this is a part of that work. And they are working very hard. So I can't reiterate enough that while not brought forward by the Community Forest Board, we have to weigh and consider our options. And again, what I'm willing to tax for, what I'm willing to put my weight behind, obviously my passion behind, is this project, because the gap in our services in this community are so dire. When we talk about upstream supports so that we don't end up with people struggling with addiction and homelessness, it means intervening with youth before they are in crisis. And that's what Foundry is meant to achieve. And I think it's valid for people to have questions. The answer is not to reject it outright. It could be to, if there had been concerns, like there's some things that I haven't known about Foundry and I've reached out to them to ask follow-up questions. And so being fully informed with the local facts. And so repeat my support for this motion for the fall intake grant cycle.
And we've, Mr. Hempel, I see your hand, but I don't think more conversation is going to help at this point. I think everyone's got their stake in the ground. I'm even going to deny Councillor Southcott from speaking. The question is acceptable.
I believe I heard Mr. Hemphill say that the money wouldn't be dispersed until a building permit was in the hands of the project. That means that essentially this is a commitment that there would be no money given until it was assured. Am I wrong about that assumption? I guess I'm asking through the chair.
I believe that's correct.
To staff.
That's my understanding as well, noting, of course, that this is my first time going through the process. That's my understanding of how we actually distribute the funding.
Well, I think we've discussed this enough, so I'm going to call the question. All in favor? Opposed? The motion carries. And okay, so moving on, I had Councillor Doubt second up on the original list. So if you remember what you were going to say.
Going back to that. Okay.
Number 2.
So I'd like to move that council approves the projects in Appendix A recommended by the Community Forest Board for the fall 2025 grants. And I don't have a seconder, so I'll just go on and suggest that this provides all of those grants that the Community Forest has recommended, includes the extension to 2 city projects, the Logger Sports pole replacement costs and the seawalk improvement increases there. If anybody has any motions that they would like to remove, any of those projects they want to remove, they could do that through an amendment. And if anyone has something they need to add, they could do that by an amendment as well. I'm prepared to follow the Community Forest recommendations and approve these as they are.
Okay, Councillor Elliott and Councillor Southcott.
So under the proposed second motion in the package, it dealt separately with the city projects and what was required from that motion. And then the third one was to deal with the motion that Councillor Doubt just mentioned, but just didn't have a number in it because they weren't sure which projects the city would or the council would approve. So I'm wondering, is he trying to cover off all of the number 2 motion with his thing? Because there's some other stuff in that motion that he didn't include. And so for clarity, I think it would be better to not amend and include the city projects and do the motion in the package for the city projects. Because it has more clarity and there's no reason why we shouldn't have that motion separately.
Believe the recommendation number 2 in the package will still need to be done separately as it has specifically to do with the financial plan bylaw. I believe Councillor Doubts, correct me if I'm wrong.
I think that's right. I don't think we can amend the financial bylaw without a motion to do that.
But I believe your request was the specific recommendations in the Community Forest letter that add up to 546,000 and change.
That's what I said.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So then I would also like to amend the motion to exclude project number 389 on the grounds that it is very similar to Food Bank and many other folks that don't fit our criteria for the fund. It's not capital in nature. If it was for a bin so that they could accept clothing donations or something that that was capital to their function, that would be one thing. But this is like similarly giving out cash, food, clothes. It's all part of their operations and isn't eligible for community forest funding. Application 389, Friends of Cathet for clothing and food support. I think it's a very worthy cause and I give to that cause myself. My point is that it doesn't fit this funding parcel. And so I'm wanting to remove that one. Item number 391, the Timberline Fine Arts Association. I want to remove that project because I think the city isn't confident that the building upgrades that they want to do would fit within the budget that they have. It isn't been determined whether there's asbestos that might include increased budget. That happened at the museum not very long ago. It created a lot of problems. So until they have a better sense of all of that and the city and the association are both thinking at the same time that they're ready to move forward, I think we should put that one on the shelf. I want to remove number 416 in favor of them directly funding that through the operations of the community forest as was stated the preference for them. And I would like to remove the Kelly Creek grounds upgrades because we funded a lot of upgrades there and it doesn't really fit the priorities that we asked for this grant intake. And I'll stop there. I think some other folks can have a crack at that too, but those are my list of removals in entirety.
Okay, so if we have that all, we have requests to remove 389, 391, 416, and 428.
Yes, please. Thank you.
So that's the motion we have on the floor. We'll discuss that motion and then move on. So comments on that?
So this is the
Councillor-
motion to amend? Are we?
That's the amendment to remove those four. Councillor Southcott. So sorry.
Thank you. Question with regard to 391. I did what Councillor Elliott referred to as there being issues with regard to staff's involvement in that building. Is that true? I'd like to hear from staff what staff's position is on that particular grant.
Thanks to the chair, and this is what the director of recreation referred to earlier. He did speak to this one specifically and said that they had concerns about asbestos and concerns about what the overrun might be. So that was the project he was speaking to.
Which is why I'm put it on the list.
Okay. So basically what I understand is staff doesn't want that to go forward until staff has dealt with that issue?
Again, I'm working on the spring information that was brought forward, and the information that was brought forward then was that typically these projects as a process moving forward shouldn't just start with the nonprofit group going and trying to work on a municipal building. It should actually be a partnership and run through the city so we can address some of these other concerns.
Thank you. Satisfies me.
Councillor Isaacson and then Councillor Doe.
Thank you. Yeah, when it comes to what I plan to support based on these recommendations, I'm going to align myself with the priorities that council passed in terms of what we gave to the Community Forest Board as our priorities. And so I support the removal of these items. It doesn't mean that these are not worthy causes. These are all lovely additions to our community, but given the fiscal situation in our community, at the city in particular, I really want to narrow down grants right now, which is, as a nonprofit sector long-term worker, not my usual line, but given my responsibility for the fiscal responsibility for the city, it's something that I feel like I have to make. And I also do want to highlight the 389 Friends of Cathet, again, a very worthy cause, but if this type of grant gets approved, there are many other organizations who would have and should have applied, but didn't because they didn't feel that they met the criteria. I think it's unfair to the broad community organizations in our community who would have applied if they knew that they could have got a grant for something like this. And so I think it's administratively unfair to include it. So I support removing 389. Thank you.
You, Councillor Dout, and the mayor.
So I'm going to stick with what I said previously, is we have appointed a community forest board, and they spend a lot of time looking into each and every one of these applications. Everyone who wants to make an application is free to do it. The board looks at them. They look at them extensively. They make recommendations to council, and I think we should follow those recommendations. So I'm going to vote against this motion and support the recommendations of the Community Forest Board and our working group of council that was working with them to create these recommendations.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Procedure clarification. If I wanted to make a motion to add an item, would that be considered after the amended motion on the floor is dealt with?
I think that'd probably be best.
Thank you.
Case.
I think we can make more amendments later, but this is just the first one.
I'll add some comments there. I was had similar thoughts regarding the Friends of Cathedral. While I no doubt the value of the organization, we have previously denied the request of other groups who had a similar type of request in a community forest grant, and that got rejected. So we have a tradition of, or tendency of, recommending capital projects, although apparently the Friends of Cathedral did get a grant at some point a couple of years ago that was of a similar nature. But so I'm in favor of the motion as it is right now. And do we have Councillor Palm?
I'll just make note that I support all of the stations of our Community Forest Board that's done all their fine work, many hours, dedication, sort out this list. And I think Councillor Dout's motion to support all of these is still on the table. Is that correct, Councillor Dout? Okay, so we're talking about the amendment. So I just want to make note, the relationship that we build in this community with volunteer organizations is vitally important for its well-being in the future. I will note that tonight, there is one remaining Community Forest Board member who attends all meetings. The rest have left. This is disrespectful of that organization, of what is happening in this chamber tonight. I just want to state that for the record. Thank you, Chair.
Question for staff regarding 391 about the timber lane. I guess we just had this conversation regarding the foundry, that I guess should the timber lane project stay on the grant list, they would be under the same process where they'd still need to get building permit and all that stuff would have to get checked out. However, it's the cost of it that is probably in question, that if there's further inspections that might need to be done, it might be bigger than the 54,000 if staff were to actually get involved.
That's my understanding as well. And again, reflecting on what Councillor Elliott said about the decision process in the spring, my understanding is that that was a thought that perhaps some of that money could be used for purchasing some of the capital equipment and not all of the other. Because again, I don't know exactly why it was approved in the spring, but moving forward, if they were to utilize those funds, they would have to meet any requirements to get the funding out of it.
I think in the spring it was just focused on the actual equipment and assuming that it would just go in the space they already had. That's really it.
So I asked when Rod answered my question, there was no new application for the fall. It was the same application. They haven't put further information forward. So the situation is still the same, where we have this outstanding question about whether the project as outlined is covering off whether there would be additional expenses for asbestos or anything else the city would look at if they followed the process of working with the city first before applying for the funding. However, part of their project was to acquire or buy a kiln, which would not require a building permit or any of the sorts. Although where to put the kiln is a separate question, but they could definitely acquire it with the money. And so and they didn't send in a separate application saying, okay, we're going to do this and we need this amount of money for this other part. So what we don't know whether they've relooked at it or haven't relooked at it. And we've heard from city staff that they haven't, they still have these outstanding questions around the actual building and what might be in there.
Fair enough. Yeah, I'm looking at the application now. The one submitted in the fall was for almost 120,000. So we approved 54,000 in the fall because we did a lot of partials. Sorry, in the spring. Okay, so on the amendment on the floor, I will call the question. All in favor to exclude those four? Opposed? The motion is carried. And
Mr. Mayor,
believe you had amendment.
I'd like to propose an amendment that the committee recommend to council, the council approve a fall 2025 grant for $25,000 for Prisma to support completion of the Arts Hub. And if there's a seconder,
You don't need
You
to,
don't need
you
a
don't
second.
need a seconder.
go ahead and discuss.
So I had a chance to talk with Mr. Hempel before the meeting, and he indicated that it really is prerogative of council to put forward new motions. And the Art Hub is going to provide a significant opportunity for a wide range of groups. I have toured the facility and it's near completion, and that's the reason for this amended motion.
Question.
Councillor Elliott.
Did we also have this as an application in the spring intake? Because it's not in the list, so I'm not.
Actually is in the list in our fall folder as well. It
Oh, okay.
was, hang on a second here. Application 405. It was submitted again in the fall.
The application is for 25,000.
No, the mayor's recommendation is just a partial amount, I believe. It's not the full amount. The total project is 1.4 million. The request was for 153,000. And it is, it was a updated submission from cost overruns from their spring grant. And they were awarded just under 95,000 in 2024. So no.
Yeah, so you've just read, I think from a 2024 application?
No, from the folder that was just submitted to us this month.
Okay, I just heard 2024.
That was what we awarded them last year.
It was a separate grant.
I'm trying to determine if there was an application to the Community Forest Board for this grant.
Based on my folder, it says one was submitted on September 29th this year.
And they didn't make a recommendation.
I'm not too sure as to why it wasn't in the recommendation. Those that serve on the working group might have some background on that. I'm not sure if anyone on council knows why the Prisma application wasn't included or mentioned in the recommendation letter. Sometimes we hear about why things aren't recommended.
Mr. Hempel did not provide any clarification.
So, I don't know what our speaking order is right now, but, to be consistent with what I've been saying all night is I thought, and I still think that council should follow the recommendations of the Community Forest Board. But the Community Forest Board is not recommending a grant to Prisma in their fall intake.
Councillor Isaacson.
Thank you. My votes tonight will all be related to supporting things and only things that aligned with the priorities that were set out in the previous motion we adopted related to healthcare facilities, youth culture and recreation, affordable housing and reconciliation. So I won't, while the Prisma does serve youth, it is not specifically focused on youth. So I won't be supporting this. Very excellent cause though, but I'm going to be sticking, also being consistent in a different way than Councillor Dowd.
Mr. Elliott.
I'm sorry I didn't read the actual information on this project. Do we know if the funding is specifically for cost overruns for a project that's already completed, or is it something else that they're applying for money for?
Based on the spreadsheet that we received, that Community Forest submitted, the notes indicate that it was an updated submission from the spring 2025, applying for top up for cost overruns. And I'll turn it to the CAO.
Through the chair, I do have some information. I was copied on an email that came through this afternoon, and the request from Prisma noted that they had found a donor for the naming rights, but are still short 30,000 to finish the project. And it was a last minute request to have community forest funding. And Mr. Hemphill said that because it hadn't gone through the community forest board in terms of an approval, that it would be best to come through someone on council. And I believe that's how it made its way. So again, lack of information coming at you, or sorry, information coming at you very last minute, but from the email, it sounds like they found a donor for naming rights for the other portion, but are still short 30,000. So that's all the information I have on this project.
So again, did they haven't started the project, or they've finished the project and they have cost overruns? And that makes a difference because we have specific criteria that says we can't fund things that have already been built.
Good to you.
According to the application for the spring, it talks about the fact that they've raised 1.3 million out of the total amount, and that they're still short $153,000. And so they're asking for a contribution of 150. That's what their fall application was, 153,000 to close the remaining gap to complete the project. It's not saying it's for overruns. It was saying it was to complete the project to be done. But I don't have, this all came at the last minute. It wasn't a project that the community forest approved moving forward. So that's all the information I have.
Councillor Pond, then the mayor.
Yeah, I was going to ask the same question that Councillor Elliott already expressed, which was, is the project already, because I know they don't fund those. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, the project has not been completed. These funds will allow it to be completed.
Sorry, could you specifically state what the 25,000 would be used for?
There is some finishing of wood within the arts hub, and that's what used to complete the project.
Okay. I will call the question. All those in favor of the amendment to include $25,000 to Prisma in this year's grants? All in favor? Opposed? Councillor Palm, I didn't see.
I'm going with the community forest recommendation.
Okay, so that motion fails. Councillor Isaacson.
Another amendment motion. Going to stick to my consistency. My amendment will be to exclude project 392, which is the Lawn Bowling Club, 413, Gillies Bay Tennis Courts, 415, Salmon Society, 425, Curling Club, and 427, Healthcare Auxiliary. In my rationale, I think each of us are being consistent and holding to our values in different ways here. And for me, this is alignment with council priorities. These ones are all excellent applications. They meet needs of our communities in a variety of ways. But if we remove these, the ones that remain are about youth recreation, affordable housing. And so my intention is to get us there. That's what I'm trying to be voting consistently tonight. Again, this is not, everyone is doing great work. The organizations and the Community Forest Board, this is about being in tight fiscal times with a discrete pot that we can draw from. And I consider anything that we are granting will result in taxation at some point. And so what am I willing to tax for? And these are the ones that would remain. If these are removed, are youth recreation and affordable housing.
Mr. Mayor.
So in our priority, we use the word culture. And when young people have an opportunity to explore arts, as they would have at a arts hub, That is an essential part. So we have a counselor saying that that's not cultural, yet on another hand, it is cultural. So I think I'm befuddled as to why a arts hub, which would allow individuals of all ages to come together and develop a culture of music and arts, would not be considered cultural.
I don't think that refers to this amendment.
It is true, it doesn't refer to specifically this amendment. I will allow for a reply. Go ahead.
Yeah, just to clarify, so the organizations that I'm removing or not supporting are not ones that are specifically for youth. So for example, the curling club does offer youth programming, but they are not a youth organization, whereas the swim club is a youth swim club, the gymnastics society, the Brooks mountain bike team, these are organizations that are specifically oriented to youth. And while Prisma does serve youth and youth absolutely benefit from Prisma, they are not specifically youth. So that's the lens that I'm putting on. It's not that the culture isn't valuable and that there is culture. I absolutely agree. But I'm focusing my support tonight on organizations that are specifically about youth and recreation and culture and health. So that's my incredibly narrow focus tonight, unfortunately.
Comments on the Councillor Elliott, then Councillor Palm, and Councillor Dill.
I can see the rationale for most of the ones on the list. The Powell River Healthcare Auxiliary that is trying to finish their building, specific purpose is to fund and support health facilities. And so it doesn't fit it does fit within the criteria that we put forward as council. And so if you just don't want to give them money, that's one thing, but to say they don't fit the criteria we put forward would not be true. They're looking at capital investments. Their normal organization is to support health facilities. And so I could support this list for the reasons put forward if 427 was taken off of the amendment.
It's a problem.
I just have one, Chair, one simple comment. I see that our Community Forest Board member is making note of what's on the screen. I don't doubt he'll report to his board. And this is, in my estimation, just to double down on disrespect for the volunteer group that's helped rebuild the city of Powell River. Thank you, Chair.
So no.
And I'm going to reiterate once again, just for those who might be curious, the reason I'm not in favor of this amendment is because I support the hard work and the recommendations by the Community Forest Board. Look at all of those things. Lawn bowling club, the tennis courts, they both provide, healthy recreation for various members of our community. I think I was even in a discussion with the Townsite Ratepayers Association about how the lawn bowling organization was having a youth involvement event to make sure they could prolong the life of their support and get young people involved. Tennis courts, well, pickleball's there too. If you're not using them for tennis, they can be used for pickleball. The Salmon Society, all kinds of youth go out there and work at the hatchery, observing the fish, helping to strip the eggs, making sure the resource is maintained. The Powell River Auxiliary, that funds the thrift shop. Okay? Not everybody who shops at the thrift store is over 65. A lot of young people get their clothing there, they get things they need. They make an affordable effort at having a decent life in Powell River. But I'm going to stick with the idea that we've got applications coming in from a lot of good organizations, and we've got a Community Forest Board that spends their time, donates their time, making recommendations. And if we're going to ignore the recommendations, we should just get rid of the board entirely, and council can make up their own mind and we can spend more time doing it. But frankly, I think we should appreciate that we have a bunch of people that are concerned about their community and for no return for them personally, put their time and effort into making these decisions. And I support their decisions rather than trying to second guess them.
Councillor Isaacson.
Thank you. Corporate, through the chair to corporate officer, to remove 427. Could I do that myself as the original mover, or do we do an amendment to the amendment, or how might I do that?
All right, corporate officer.
Testing. Sorry, can you restate your question?
So if I was to want to remove 427, I was the original mover of this amendment. I feel like our procedure bylaws have changed a little bit. Can I friendly amend myself or do an amendment to the amendment? How might I remove 427?
I think that in the circumstances, particularly where you have a procedure bylaw that doesn't require a seconder in these committee meetings, unless there is an objection from another member of council, I would say that you can remove it. So that's the question.
Okay, I'll then I ask to remove 427 from this list. And I still support excluding it, but the likelihood of this to pass, it sounds like Councillor Elliott would need it to be removed. I, again, am super narrow on my rationales tonight. Healthcare Auxiliary absolutely funds health facilities. They are not a health facility themselves. And these organizations that serve youth are not youth-serving organizations, but they happen to serve youth. Absolutely. So just being consistent, but I will just ask to remove 427 from that list so that the 4 other ones remain.
Okay. Councillor Elliott.
Just a comment or rebuttal, I guess. The hospital auxiliary does not happen, and I know you didn't say that, but it was kind of alluding to it happens to fund facilities. Its actual sole purpose is to fund healthcare facilities. And we can't always fund everything they do. And it's an excellent way to fund all healthcare facilities by making sure that they're up and running. And as a byproduct, they support youth as one of the best run thrift stores in our community, and youth benefit from more than most. And that's just a byproduct of how they do business. So I just wanted to say it's not something they happen to do as a byproduct. It's their sole purpose.
Okay, so calling the motion, the amendment on the floor to exclude the following 4 applications. Favor. And all opposed. The motion carries. Go ahead, Councillor Palm. Always our corporate officer is on top of it.
Chair,
Mr. Mayor.
my day started at 5 a.m., so I'm going to have to excuse myself.
Thank you, Mayor.
Able to stay for a couple of minutes? I think we're at the vote process.
You can't.
Okay.
Let's go. Thank you, Mayor.
Do we have any other amendments to what started as Councillor Doubt's motion to address?
Not an amendment, but a question.
Okay.
Can staff tell us where the budget, if this motion passes with the amendments that have passed, where we would be at within our allotted budget?
I believe it's around 504,000.
Well, and we had the 250 before. So.
504, 930.
Hello.
Thank you.
Through the chair, yes, we can. $504,930
So within the amount we had allotted.
within the 640,000 allocated for the fall. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, seeing no further additions or changes, Councillor Palm. It's at 504,000.
Correct. Through the chair, it is the $504,930.
Okay, so call the question. All in favor of the motion as amended? Any opposed? One opposed. The motion carries. Okay, now on to recommendation 2. Just to confirm, corporate officer, does anything change on the financial plan recommendation based on our recent conversation, or what it is?
I think we moved 2 and then 3 with that final number in it.
Yeah, I was just confirming the numbers.
Yeah, through the chair, that is correct. Nothing has changed for number 2, and then for the third recommendation in there, if there's a dollar value that can be put in.
Okay, perfect. Can I get a reader for number 2? Councillor Elliott.
Do I have to read it, or do I just say I move the second recommendation in the package?
In the past, we've liked it read for those that are just listening online.
Well, I move that the committee recommend to council that council direct staff to amend City of Powell River 2025-2029 financial plan bylaw 2751-2025 to increase the project budget for City of Powell River Project 430 Logger Sport Arena by the amount of $30,000 and to increase the project budget for City of Powell River Project 435 Seawalk Repair Project by the amount of $180,000, with the increases funded by the Powell River Community Forest Reserve Fund. And then I move that the committee recommend to council that council direct staff to amend City of Powell River 2025-2029 financial plan bylaw 2751-2025 to include projects approved by council in the amount, in the spring and fall Powell River Community Forest nonprofit grant intake, with the increase funded by the Powell River Community Forest Reserve Fund. Do I need to add the number, or?
The motion. Through the chair, the motion was structured in a way that as long as there was a separate motion with a dollar value associated with, which there will be based on the motion, I believe that has happened, which was the approval of the projects with the deduction of those ones and the addition of the foundry, will end up with a dollar value. And so this motion as is works.
Okay, when it comes up on council, you can actually put the number in anyway, right?
Correct.
Okay, that's my motion then.
Any discussion? None. I'll call the question. All in favor? Any opposed? One opposed. Motion carries. And that brings us up to public clarification. So I'll look over to Mr. Galinsky. I'm glad we didn't confuse you with all those numbers, Mr. Galinsky. So anyone in the gallery that has a comment about today's agenda? Okay, and anyone on, oh, we do have one. Come on up. Introduce yourself, please.
Kathy Korlick. I really appreciate the fact that the community forest does such a good job at doing the work they do. Not to have a community forest would be totally detrimental to this community. I've lived in communities that have had nothing like that, and it's horrible because there's so few things that get done. I really appreciate the fact that youth play such an important role, but they're not the only ones that don't have things for them. And to just be so narrow in what's going on is not, I'm going to say, fair to the whole community. Whether it is the the sports community, whatever it is, some things take the whole age group. It's just not narrow to kids. And I love kids. I'm great. I have my own. But there's a whole community out there that should be participating and able to have the opportunity to participate and have their facilities kept up to. That's basically all I want to say, is that there's a lot more out there than just kids. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gorlick. Any questions? Okay. So seeing that's the case, I believe I can just adjourn at 6:18.
Before this